Hello everyone. Hello. So, I'm back, tack project. So, we need to add some shadows in a few other spots, namely the hood interior here. I'm torn on the best way to do that. What we'll do is we'll make a fill. Gradient. Set it to rotate it. Put it right so and grow it. Basically, what we'll do, we'll paint it out everywhere else. Now, when we've done that, we'll move it to the bottom. And above this, add paint layer. At the end. I chose booze against chose against booze during lunch. Good. Good. Keep it healthy. Keep it healthy. As tempting as it is. What we'll do, I'm gonna make a layer, and this will be uh, empty hood shadow. We're gonna remove all influence. A second. Add a mask, and we'll copy the gradient from here, paste it here. We hide the shadow for a second, so we're just looking at this one. Boom. We're gonna flip it. Throw it out a ways. Up. Balance. Want to change a ways. Then I'd like to duplicate this. We're going to add a alpha shape. Set this to first subtract. Nice. Multiply. paint layer to remove the influence from the hood. Or the challenge, very challenging. There, apply as well. This one should be tracked. Yep. Okay. Then we'll add an anchor point. Turn off any influence this has. Go to then we add the anchor point here. Bam. No. Yeah, fill. Then access the anchor point. Set it to dodge. Or put it on the. This one will set to limit. Go. Subtract. Multiply. Just wanted a nice shadow under the hood. I think we got it. All right. Pretty good. Pretty good. Hello, Frank. Welcome, welcome. Did you make it to 10K? It is time. I will DM the request. Absolutely. Looking forward to that. Adjust our clothing here. I'm looking forward to that. Let's see. Write that down. So, what I'm thinking is that for this part, unpin it. No pin. bam, 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 and distribute, even that out. Then kind of it. I guess I could try to make a circle here. It has been sent. Perfect. There's no way to sphere. We would. All right. Either way, still a little bit straightened. Take the clothing, low poly. Export them. Clothing, poly. Perfect. Export. Refresh. Just want to straighten this section out. I mean, I could do a bit. From here to here. I don't get a stats view in my UV editor. It's a little annoying. There are 16. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Getting a little too exact there. We just want a nice little outline. That's what we're looking for. We want an outline on the collar. Do that in the shirt. What we'll do to begin it is drag out this bevel shadow template. And done that. Just the bevel. Should use a outline. Oh, thank you, Arctic. Interesting. Gotcha. There we go. Change the shape, the width. That. Now we can make a collar. Finished tidying up my UV map. Currently slapping on a rushed paint job. Well, heck yeah. Meeting again. I look forward to seeing your finished character, Arctic. Exciting to be in the final stages there. There we go. Now we've got that outline. All right. T-shirt created. Set it to overlay. Overlay. All right. Look at it from the base color channel. Things are looking quite good. Take a sip of water. Oh, yeah. Water's the best. Nice. Okay, so we got a little shadow there. I think what we need now, we have the shadow template. We're going to take out our 3D curvature template now. And both the highlight and the shadow from here. Focus just on the shadow first. So the original kind of find a good balance. Pretty good. Was blur, maybe not strong enough. something a little bit softer. We don't need a lot of shadowing. We just need something to make it look soft. The robe. Two. Blur. Just a little. Go in and change some paint. And we'll set the shadow to overlay. Retain the color. 10. Then for the highlight. Highlight we'll definitely want to set to overlay. And for its curvature values, good. This. Slap on that blur. Choose a 10, the value of 10 as well. It's kind of subtle, but definitely pops a lot of the elements. Again, just emphasizing the form. The shirt here, though, does look pretty messed up. So I'm going to add a paint layer on top of this. Just kind of soften parts of it. Paint. A little bit more shadow. Let's check it. UV paint. Behaving a little bit oddly. Gotta watch out for that. All right. It's pretty good. Alrighty then. I think that is a good layer of form to everything. Quite good. Quite good. The shirt, there's really not too much more to add to it. We do need to fix the mesh here. These little spiky bits need to be tamed. And we need to fix this. Fix that. We do our mesh map setup. Gotcha. We need to go in and adjust the mesh itself. Back to Blender. Tame these vertices. Tame the vertices. Could be a t-shirt. Tame the verts. Vert tamer. I fear no one would know what that is when you're walking around in public. The heck is a vert? That's better. Still messy, but cleaner. Let's go ahead and export this again. Close, bam, save. Back to Painter. Refresh the mesh. Still getting some clipping. Clipping we don't see here. Looking at the middle, it is these two vertices right here. We just need to raise that up a ways. Try again. Save. Reload. Still busted. Okay, so go ahead, select this chunk. We're going to triangulate these faces because that's the problem. Substance triangulates things differently than Blender does, so you need to find what that difference is. This looks like it's pretty closely recreating what we're seeing, so assume it's this. I'm going to assume that it is this that is the problem. Or I could also do that. Tell it. All right. Time. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. FBX, not AutoRig Pro FBX, just FBX. Boom. Shift Control R. Bam. So that's a little cleaner. Now we need to rebake. Should be getting a call in just a little bit. I'll keep working, but I won't be on the microphone. Right. Here we have the maps back. Still getting the problem here, but now we can actually do something about it. Boom, boom. Layers. Create that mesh map folder at the bottom. Fill layer, normal ambient occlusion. And we're going to put in bing. Bam. Okay. All right. Now we recreated what we initially had in our texture set. Now, be able to edit it. Need to go to our ambient occlusion, set this to pass through. Then we need to go to our normal, set this to pass through. Bam. Saving. 1 million years later. Then we can grab the correct tool, the blur tool. Sure, we're only adjusting AO. And now we can get this out. While still keeping most of the detail. Perfect. Done. Quick fix. Saving again. It's the voxel 3D blur. That takes forever to save. It's useful, but it's certainly got some downsides. All right, on to the pants. All right. Sorry, getting distracted. Ooh, post-lunch fugue. So there should be like a nice wrinkle or like buildup of cloth at the base of the pants. Kind of like bunches up. We want to recreate that. To do that, we're going to make a folder. This folder, we'll call it bunch up. Bunch up. We'll create a fill. Fill is definitely going to have height. We're going to mask it. That mask. Let's actually give it a color for now, so we know where it is we're adding. UV projection, no repeat. Just slide it down this UV map. Again, another benefit of straightening everything out. Look how easy that was. Perfect. Now we can go back to the layer properties, turn off the color. Add in height. Something like that. Maybe even create an anchor mask to do a few other effects in a little bit. For now, this is good. We're going to take out our cloth fold template. One of my favorites. Took me a while to make, but very proud of the final result. Looking at. You're looking at fabric. Wrinkles. Made by hand. These maps. They will do a very good job of looking like bunched up fabric. They are exactly that. And let's just make sure we crop it to shape. Looking good. Then we'll want to set the base color to multiply. We have to do that here, actually. All right, duplicate it. Move it over. It's good. But let's flip the tiling so it goes the other direction. And then rotate it a little bit. Just so it's not as uniform. All right, but that looks like bunched up cloth, which is precisely what we're going for. Now what we'll do is we're going to take our bunch up and add an anchor point. Above this, we'll call it bunch up shadow. Drop in mask with fill. We add the anchor point, which we then or to just duplicate this, below it, add in a gradient. This one as a subtract. This one is the gradient for the pants. Like so. Then to this, we add some height, push the height in. I think we'll also just bevel it, or blur it. Just to give it a nicer fall off and prevent that thick banding. I take that back. We'll remove the, because we want the sharp change. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think the cloth could use a little bit of tweaking here. Maybe kind of stretching it out a little so it's not as what does it need? It feels a little off. I don't know. That looks quite good. Make it even a little bit more squashed. Squashed. Hmm. That looks quite good. Now let's get the groove on the side of the pants for the seam. Let's take a pants seam, put it above that, together. We can just focus on this. Add a hem. Hem. Hem and ha. Do the stitch in a second. Seam first. Fill. Gradient. Substance Painter is still something I lack for modeling, but I've been trying to give Adobe the finger with the pricing of CS. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty ridiculous. It's unfortunate that, they're basically a monopoly, right? It's like there aren't competitors that I know very well. And I do just, I do just prefer Substance. But I certainly dislike Adobe. And I did just recently purchase the Substance Modeler as well. Problem is also them buying everything / integrating everything. Exactly. It's just certainly there's very little choice. Problem is the only free / cheap options I've come across do not have an Xmirror functionality. That's so wild to me that it's missing that Quixel is missing that. It seems like such an oversight. Ever since they bought Macromedia back in the day, they haven't made anything themselves. Oh yeah. I mean, it's just like the norm for companies these days. It's like they're only just, if they're a public company, and all they really are is like a investment tool for the rich. Like that's all they end up being. There's this very interesting video breaking down why like there's so much anime these days, even though anime like doesn't make that much money. And it's just basically greed. It's greed. It's profitable. I think what we'll do here on those, I'm gonna fade out the top so it looks a bit more rounded. Fade out the top. Excuse me. Sorry to yawn. That helps. Just amazing how little people like Adobe. Try to stick with Blender Vanilla for most 3D stuff, then sprinkle some Krita or Affinity Designer for 2D specifics and vector work. But yeah, no proper total solution alternatives for now. Yeah, definitely when it gets to like texture painting. But there are some add-ons where you can do PBR texturing in Blender. Personally haven't used them, I just know of them. That might be a nice solution, potentially. Just keep everything all in Blender. The perfect workhorse. Try to find it. It might be it is a paid add-on, but it's certainly cheaper than a few months of Substance. Actually, everything will be done in Blender. I will not have enough time to learn everything. Yeah, I kind of wonder with like just the ability for people to like generate code super fast with like ChatGPT, like how fast Blender will improve now. I hope it helps. Hope it allows the developers to really push the amount of features they're making. But who knows? I don't know. Blender is becoming more industry standard nowadays. 100%. 100%. Well, it used to be the unwanted child in the industry. Older versions did have a lot of problems. It is cool to see how much it's improved, though. Apparently, they're making the next version of Blender is supposed to have something called Eevee Next, which is like even faster rendering. I don't know too much about it, but I'm 100% behind that. Rectangle. Rounded rectangle. Let's lower this top seam. There, let's say. Oh, right. That. Usually objects are mirrored. Do this. Okay. So with belt loops, there's 1, 2, 3. Ever heard the song "Welcome to 3D Software"? Bo Burnham parody. I have. Savannah's awesome. One, two. Probably a little few too many. It's okay. Such a relatable song. Overlay. Right. I have to change the folder. Change the object. Change the folder. That. Belt loop anchor point. Another one, belt BL shadow. Then we add in a fill, point, belt loop, and the mask. Doom, 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 doom. There we go. All right, now we got some belt loops. Looking good. Need to adjust this. And then stitch, fill. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah. We need a little doop doop doop. You know, a doop doop doop. A doop doop doop. I think we can add of this set to tracked to get some proper variation. Shadow's a little too intense. Much better. I don't like that it's a lighter blue. Let's get rid of that. Um, and then we need a button, a bouton, if you will. Floating in the sky. Bam. There we go. Button acquired. I think I included the, oh no, it's right there. Zipper. Gotta love that first texture import from Blender to Unity. They're so crunchy. Also, Blender lags way too much on texture paint to be usable. Yeah. Yeah, and even the way it projects sometimes, it's so easy to like be painting on one part of the mesh and it's you're actually painting on something way in the back of your brush. It's like no fall off. Lisa taught me to be really good with planning my UVs so I can easily copy slash paste, flip my textures. We learn through constraints. Surely we can just make it though. Set it to display settings, turn on wireframe. It's going to be a challenge. Something like that. Perfect. All right. Save. Now we're going to pop open Unity and we're going to export all of our clothing with the body low poly. So we have all these objects, file, export FBX, substance 2 to Unity. What actually is really good for texture painting is Procreate, once you figure out how to force it into 4K textures. I heard that you can paint in 3D with Procreate. I haven't tried it yet. Or is it Nomad Sculpt? No, I think it's Procreate. You can actually do PBR painting in Procreate. Seems to me that within 10 years, we'll all be working on iPads over computers. For me, Blender is fine when texture painting in 3D. It definitely works. It's one of those things of difficult. Some specific Blender related challenges. Recently added 3D painting. That's super cool. So I pull out my tablet / N2S, then it lags the shit out of it, so it's not usable. That's a bummer. But again, no Xmirror. And really, that's so weird. Why it can't be that? I don't know enough technical stuff to say it, but it really seems to me that it can't be quite that difficult for mirroring something. You just do the same thing twice, inverted. But who knows? Who knows? Not me. And copy size clothing settings. It says we can create material preset. Probably what we want to do. And delete that one. This is what we will turn into. Also, don't use overlapping UVs in Procreate. Flips out. Ah, interesting. I'm a fan of overlapping UVs. Well controlled, not unintentional. Oh, yeah. This makes your life so much easier. You can just build in your mirror modifier. Save that texturing space. For some reason, it still keeps the... That doesn't matter. Okay, let's open this Explorer. And export just the clothes to that path we saved, copied. B4, 4K, export. I really should only export it at 2K. Whatever, Unity only imports it as at 2K anyway. Waiting on brother. Be reaching out soon. Brother. Brother. Anyone remember? Drink your hot Kool-Aid. Doo-doo-doo. Better not replace Kai's info. This is a new material. Be that way, Poyomi. See something up here, right? Perfect. Everything should be good. We can now go to the EX file and drop in clothing material here. Oh, that looks good. Clipping we'll be able to fix a little bit later, but overall it looks quite good. Nice. Pleased with that. Little dog. Yeah, everything looks pretty nice. The only difficulty I can see is the neck fluff here on the sides is poking through the hood. So I think we'll do two things once we're done texturing is we'll pull the hood out to the side and we'll move the fluff in a little bit. That should prevent any further clipping. He's looking really good though. Nice. Tail looks good. Good. Clothing looks good. Feels good. I might make the sleeves just a little bit longer. Looks nice and sharp. Thank you. Thanks so much. Fluff over the shirt. I think that's fine. We could probably pull the collar of the shirt down. So let's write this stuff down. Thing, fluff fix, bigger floof. We already did all that stuff. So we want to post texturing model tweaks. Let me move this over here so I'm not straining my neck. Oh, thank you, Kami, and welcome. Welcome. Hope your afternoon's going well. Oh, that's so cute. This is Arctic's model here. Very, very cute. The beans came out really well. He's a bumblebee. Very charming. Looks like you've totally fixed that clipping problem. I don't see it at all. So that came out really well. Nice. Good job. Let's go, Arctic. Let's go. You had to space the wings out a bit and split them into individual objects. Makes the VRC uploader complain about all the materials, but never mind. You always wonder how that should work. There's probably ways to get around that. I've seen some explanations on like transparency sorting, but it seems like a pretty complicated. I have a hard time wrapping my head around it. All right. Those came out quite well. Now we're going to, we have the robes. We need to do the robes. Yeah, nice model, Arctic. Kicking butt, taking names. Bumblebeeing around, buzzing around. Gotta be a good pun there. Thanks. It's actually fan art I wanted to do as practice. Well, good. Might also split it up and make a normal kitten model as well out of it. Nice. So is that a base a base avatar that you? I would assume, based on what you're saying, that that's a base avatar. Right. But it's not this color scheme. It is other color scheme. Still that gray. Yeah. The character idea belongs to someone I know, but I made it from scratch. Gotcha. Okay. I was like, I don't recognize that as a base avatar. So that's awesome. That looks really good. That's what I thought. Mm-mm-mm. It shouldn't take so long to save when I don't even touch the other material at all. Shouldn't take that long. Unit or subsets? It's already on. And yeah, we'll do one more. We'll call it trim. This one dark. That. All right. wireframe. Forgot I had that on. Okay, so we want to copy some of these patterns. So there's some gold elements. At all. And then should be a line going through these. Further to call. Be reaching somewhat soon. Come on, Joe. That's my brother, Joe. The doofus. No. A little bit. A little doof. You know what? I'm going to delete those for now. It just takes so long to save. I should only do those at the very end. Only at the very end. All right, a little bit of a shadow there. I like that. Pop it. Lock it. And here too. Have to extract it. Section. Paint, mask it out. Trying to say. Foxy, welcome. Just make sure to have a small issue. Gotcha. No, that's oh, won't let you publish. Oh, I must have left on. So when you're looking at the avatar in Unity, Everything's good to go, except I think I left on the pipeline manager right here. So I think you'll want to detach this. Just click detach, and then you'll make a new new blueprint. Most likely that's the issue because I don't see anything preventing it. If you're just not seeing this window at all, these build and test options, I would just restart Unity. But you should see those options here. But if you've been yeah, okay, so it's got to be the when I click build, it just nopes out. It's got to be the pipeline then. Because if you haven't been able to upload, but it's still giving you a version number, that means it's looking at my pipeline. So yeah, you click the avatar, go to pipeline manager, and hit detach. Should look like this, empty. Screenshot that for you. Manager. Gotcha. Okay. That should be it because it's showing a version number in your screenshot, whereas here it says unpublished. It should say unpublished, and then you build and publish it. So that's my mistake there. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, that should be it. Definitely one of those things like, is this the right air? Oh, no problem. Claw. Baseball hat, burlap, canvas, something a little bit. Dobby. That looks like a nice material for this kind of thing. Wizard robes. If I'm seeing it correctly, this program of Substance 3D can actually also add depth to the model, or is just purely optical that the gold buttons seem to have weight. Purely optical. It does simulate it does simulate light as if there's depth, but it is purely on the surface. There's no geometry to it. This is perfectly flat. but it catches the light as if it was. And yeah, Snardom is right there. It's a normal maps are what give it that effect. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm liking how this is turning out. Looks pretty realistic. It does. It does. The PBR, physically based rendering, is what it's called. So it saves you some polygons, or a lot in most cases, from the details you get from it. Got me fooled. Good. Yeah, a lot of these like details, like the wrinkles and stuff, those are, and like especially in here, these kind of wrinkles and folds. Those are details that are baked from a higher polygon mesh. That robe looks damn good. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Era. Very much appreciated. Still in the meeting, just looked up. Pursue meetings? To think of what we're going to do for some of these trims. This looks a little straightforward here. Interesting. Why is the resolution changed so much there? Oh, that looks good. It's good. Okay. So we want some sort of line that goes along the robe here because I'm basing it off this image. It's a different color scheme, but it is this image that we're basing it off of. I believe is an Elder Scroll design. 90% sure. Not 100. 90. This white section will also want some sort of canvas material. Flannel. This worn linen. A little strong. Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's why. I need to look at smart materials. I was like, man, I swear I'm missing some. And I was. Missing some. This fabric here. Yes. Yeah. Tile it 4 times. To ensure that the gold does not on these normal values. Go. Get a bit more metallic. And design. There should be some on the back as well. Boom. Ooh, we should also darken the sleeve here. Our shadow template. Shadow. Oh, saving it. No more saving. Now our fabric here, I'm going to put it above this, set the layer to overlay, turn it down. Still get some texture and, more importantly, some detail here. It's not perfect. For our gradient here, I'm going to add a paint layer. Out section. There was a little bit of overlap that we didn't want. Now it's gone. You know what? I'm actually going to remove those two and bring out our bevel shadow template. Finally meeting free. Welcome back to the land of the living. Finally meeting free. Hashtag hope. That looks amazing. Also, random question for this program. Yeah. Question away. Then I want a repeating pattern. Can you copy a 2D image and transpose this into this easy enough? Yes. So you can either lay it onto your UV map. For example, if I made a fill layer, put in this layer, this weird shape, you can see I'm just manipulating the image so that I can move there. So as long as you know where your UV map is, you can just bring in any image quite easily. And then there are also ways to project it like a 3D image. Like if you had imagine like a camera projector in your scene, you're placing it onto the object, which is useful because it's based on the UV map. You see that it doesn't appear in the middle section. Sometimes you'd want that. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of things about this that this program that are not intuitive to start out with, but it is a good program. It means mapping Aeroband's tattoos will actually be dirt easy. Usually tattoos are relatively straightforward, as long as you're not trying to actually do it like a tattoo. But yeah, like you unwrap an arm, which is a cylinder, and you unwrap it into a grid, and then you can just put the image onto grid. Usually. And there's also other things where you can project things like a cylinder, but that's getting complicated. I really do like. The more I work in Substance Painter, the more I like it. Um, I provided flats with transparent BGs for ease. Oh, that's perfect. That is perfect. Yeah, we'll just be able to overlay it one to one. We want to create this trim here. Do that. Go in here. Add it as this inner trim. Then add a paint. Move it, everything, and bring it back to just this segment. Nice. All right. Adjust it. Distance. Levels on top. And sharpen the heck out of it. Right. This one is also gold, I guess. It's not quite gold. It's more like a bronze. Give it a little bit of height. Pop it. How to do these. Another layer. All this grooves. Mask. Fill. But I am now uploading all of my streams to YouTube. I'll have to link that at some point. But if you all are ever looking to follow along when you're sitting down with Substance Painter, I will be making those available. Should hopefully be useful. And go back. Adjust the bevel. A little bit smaller. Now we're going to add these red motifs. Bam. Red motif. My voice is starting to go. Now there's not 3 here. 1, 2, 3. Looks relatively evenly spaced. My workflow for this sucks. I have Affinity open with diffuse textures, normal map, etc., etc., all with a UV layout layer on top. Updating each file and changing the main texture, but still not using tools of the devil. Get out of here, Adobe. It's the wrong way. Those should be on the bottom. Affinity. Is Affinity a vector workflow or vector program? I don't think I've ever used Affinity. Here we go. Something like that. And we will make a shadow for these motifs. So RM, red motifs, shadow. Mask. Fill. Of course. Bevel. Where's my bevel filter? Out. Smooth. Duplicate. Track. Glow. And Adelio. And we could also add in robe emblem. Also going to add here. Put that down here too. Sure, it's set to linear dodge. That and tracked as well. That means we now have a shadow on this interior edge. Then, just to help the look of it, give it a little bit of height. I always find the trick is to take out the roughness. That helps quite a bit. And we can also add in some AO, ambient occlusion. Just darken that. Nice. Should we make I want to make just a little bit of glow. Perfect. Excuse me. So that's a good start. Now the backdrop here to this, it's like darker material. Shiny, dark. A little bit of shine's kind of nice. Maybe like a leather material. Ooh, yeah, I like that. A little too shiny, but leather's kind of a nice touch. I mean, it makes sense, right? It's kind of a ooh. Like feels quite mysterious. Still should be a little bit darker than this. Now, for some additional shadowing, it'd be nice to have a shadow here. I think we can do that by simply section. Another surprise meeting. Good luck, my friend. My boss calls me into meetings all the time. I'm basically in a meeting all day. Hashtag over this. That is understandable. Duplicate this one. Flip it. On a little bit of a shift there, but is it not appearing? Because it's below the paint layer. Now we love the paint layer. I'm also going to include in this bevel selection paint out the let's make sure symmetry's off for this one. Not going to work quite right. All right. Looking pretty good. Pretty good. Head in the right direction now. Why don't we take a look at it in Unity? I'm going to File, Export Textures, just the robe, folder for the robe. Okay. Now what I'd like to do, first let's review it. In Unity. I'm going to make that robe material by taking the clothing material to create a material preset. Love to be able to just remove all the textures. But not in the cards at the moment. Not in the cards. So just swap out these textures here. Boom. Speculate. Move-inish. AO-inish. Merge them. Data, ambient occlusion. Drop that here. Should be everything. Just assign this material to apply. Perfect. And you have a better idea of how it's sitting on the character. Let's take these clothes and hide them. Nice. Dope. Turning on all the clothing items for right now. I would like to add in an avatar description and then check the V. Good place. That should be all the texture memory we use for the character, so nice. The eye texture we can probably bump down to 2K. Looking good though. Looking good. All right, so we're gonna just work on this a little bit longer. I want to add some nice, interesting motifs to the design, and then that's pretty much it. Something to really make it look a lot cooler. And I have just the thing. If I imported them, they'd be which so maybe they are not in my project currently. Oh, I need to check alphas. Okay, here they are. Yes, because these are cool. Very cool. Honestly, one of the greatest resources you have as texturing is Etsy. They have a bunch of stock graphic design stuff for like sketchbooking, but it's great for texture work. Take this one, put this in our trim. Call this emboss. Let's drop this in the middle. No. And put it right there. Say repeat. Tile. That's enough. Using tab. Oh, doesn't matter. Break it down. Flip it around. Got a little dragon on it. Dope. That on the gown. Set it to limit dodge. Duplicate it. Move it over. Dupe again. Then add color. Drop the color down. The roughness. I like this little emboss. This looks kind of cool. Pretty much it. Let's set it to me. Okay, just super dark already. Love using these basic decals like you show slash shapes included with vector programs for texturing, but also to pull out heart shape or simply extrude in Blender from SVG. Oh yeah, I haven't used too much, but like little SVJ or vector collections are awesome for like kit bashing. Really quickly, if you just like, oh, I have a bunch of sci-fi decals or stickers, just throw them together. I'm gonna move this up. And here I'm gonna make a fill layer called red. It should be part of the gold material. Let's try it. Fill. Repeat. Kind of cool. I think I'll cut it out here so we don't have it warp at all. Doesn't look terrible though. Did I cut it out? I have to, okay, I have to duplicate it. And duplicate it this way. All right. Super cool. A little uneven. That's okay. Add an anchor point and the gold shadow. Take black, fill, bam, boom, frame, filter, bevel. A little bit of shadowing. And importantly, if we give it a little height, that in really looks like it's been embossed onto the fabric, which that's always an effect I really love. Okay. I think that's about it. I think we're going to leave it there. And now we're going to start rigging the character. That'll be a good thing to get done today. I think we'll be able to finish thing tomorrow. That would be the hope. Things are going quite smoothly. It's a definite possibility. Wizard robes. Dope. The model character itself does not have the same kind of normal map details added right, more of a flat shaded emission shader. Didn't see your setup. So the character does have normals. They're subtle and they are meant to maintain a smooth look. But there are normal details, like in the chest, where some things are sharp, fingers, etc. we need to tweak the this right here. This should be, there should be a lot more white color here. Outline is in an inverted hull. It is an inverted hull, or that's the method, but it's through the shader that that hull is created. But it is that technique, just done through a shader. You can see right here where the hull is. Poyomi has some really fun features for like maintaining outlines and keeping things looking crisp. No need for extra geometry then, or at least not in the model. Correct. Not when uploading. I think that I understand correctly. Even in a shader, you are still doubling that amount of geometry. So it's a little it's still a performance hit. But not necessarily ranked by VRChat. Right. Now change the rough. The rough. The orange here. It's actually the white section. To adjust it, bring it in a little bit. That and like a little bit thinner. That does look better. Excuse me. We're still getting a lot of reflection here. Is reflection, right? Oh, that's the wrong character. go. Close. Hi. Ping. Oh, hey there, Fedora. Welcome. Hello. How's your Wednesday going? It's going. Well, hopefully it's going well. Trying to see if I can make an avatar for the Avatar Jam. Oh, heck yeah. That's awesome. So I want to create a mask to also get the reflection out of this. The rough. So you're modeling another floofy boy indeed, or pretty close to done. We finished a Reku, the fox dude, yesterday. I think we're on track to finish Ping here tomorrow. I think so. I would like to be able to finish him. It seems likely, but it could be wishful thinking. Yeah. Well, I hope your avatar is going well. What kind of avatar are you doing for the jam? Trying to see if I can finish an avatar before starting a new one. That is the challenge. So that saw some memes like an artist, red pill or blue pill. Do you start a new project or finish your current one? It's like I take both pills. Work on both projects and not finish both of them. Yeah, what are you doing for Fedora? Are you doing a kind of creature? Oh, it's in the other stages. Well, they want something very efficient. It has to be a fallback levels of detail, so I'm going for unique metal sculpture design, kind of like my previous ones. Oh, super cool, super cool. Oh yeah, you got a didn't you get a avatar in the previous jam? Am I correct in thinking that? Quest levels of efficient. Yes, I believe it has to be. I think they give you a different uh points based on the efficient. They give you more points for more efficient avatars. Optimized might be the better word. I haven't participated in jams yet. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, I think you'll do quite well. I love your robot designs. Or your hard surface kind of looks. But this jam will have the winners show up in the default avatars. Gotcha. How about we don't remove it this time? Default cube stays with me. I get a achievement. I bring it into my avatar. The cube must die. Technically, the cube became the avatar. Like the ship of Theseus. Theseus. trying to make a mask to get the reflection out of the rough here. Welcome back. Included in the AO. Further around the neck looks tricky. Is definitely a little interesting. It maps nicely. Yeah, I'm using kind of a different technique for fluff than I usually do. A lot of the times I'll make like single strands, kind of like this. But I've really been liking this technique to make it fluffier because you can do stuff like this. Well, thank you. Thanks so much. Hey, Arctic WTX 1 times cat, good health, very smelly, loves to cuddle with you and fart. Attack of the cat farts. Oh, thank you, Era. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with how those came out. Oh, excuse me. Already gone. Hmm. I think I'm overthinking this. Let's remove the user 0. So when we look at the rough on the body material, we can include a mask. I think that's okay. I think I'm overthinking. Let's just move out. Turn it off, actually. There we go. Better. Simpler. I'll take all the cats. Give them to me. I think we're done with texturing for now. Maybe future changes to make, but I'm going to go ahead and save. We're going to start on setting up the basic rig for the character. So, file, save, copy. This will be our painting version. Now we can delete all of the high poly objects. Just get rid of them for now. All of these can be returned. Eyebrows can be returned. Extra eyes deleted. All right. Hide the clothing still. And now what we need to do, the rough will save towards the end, but the tail we would like to combine. No, we'll save that. You can always add it afterwards quite easily. Just focus on just the body for now. And we're going to use AutoRig Pro. Go ahead, AutoRig Pro Smart. And if you've all ever used Mixamo before, it's very similar to that. Well, now we get a little rig we can set up and adjust. Look at that hand placement, looks pretty good. Oh, actually, let me back up a step. I needed to do the facial setup as well. Spine root, angle. Setup. These are the ears, I believe. Those right here. We're actually going to remove those later. We don't really need them. This goes bridge. This goes at the tip of the nose. Then where does the character blink? I'm going to blink right about here, I think. I can see it's designed for humans. Yeah, it is definitely designed for humans, but most anthro characters work pretty well with human designed things. Usually it's the jaw that messes up the most. But this is just the first step. So this just sets up, does general placement, and then there's another round of refining the bone placement. It's really cool. I love this program. All right, so now we can go ahead and make that once we get the eyes in here. All right, so there's the setup. And now we just do our final tweaks. Setting up the toe beans. Always important to have your VR chat toes at the bottom, the very, very bottom. He's going to bend between these 2 points. Those 2 points. Importantly, I want to move the root above and behind the hip bone. It's to be above and behind on the side view. Otherwise, it gets weird. Oh, too many bones for the spine. Just that. And the neck. Right about there. Head back just slightly. And let's add the tail. We'll give it 6 bones. Then, never sure if it's best practice to follow the form of the bone. But I guess just you want your bones in the middle. You want your bones in the middle. There we go. And look at the hand. Make sure that's set up. My favorite tool for setting up the hand, Shift Tab, snapping, set to volume. Makes quick work of it. I always figured you would want the bones to match where the bones would be physically. It is, they kind of work like normal human bones, but you can have some differences for sure. Fuzzy cam. Unfuzzed. All right. The knuckle placement, actually very good. Those don't need to. Also, that one's quite good. It's right in the crease. These ones can use some work. We want it to be right where this pinch is. Poly count is 69,000. I think 69,400, something like that. So it is quite close to the ultimate for the 70K target, but we have 2 outfits and the body mesh. I think that's pretty decent. I try to shoot for being pretty close, you know, depending on what all is being asked for. Fingertips. Fingertips. I have to remember to check how the hand closes before I begin rigging the face and make blend shapes. Very important that I do. All right, that's pretty darn good. It's going to take the hand, move it right there. And we can take these. Oops. A bit better. Nice. May I link a video? Absolutely. As long as you're not going to Rickroll me. There you go. Oh, I love this one. Amazing. It's always the Team Fortress community that has the highest caliber memes. So this is definitely one spot where I don't match how the body works. And that's not That's more of a reflection of how VR chat works, because the bone tends to do an odd pivot if I bring the end of the collarbone out. Behaves a little bit better when it's in. It's always a classic. I always think of it when someone says fingertips. That'll probably be next time I'm rigging. I'll be thinking of you for a fedora. Oh, perfect. Take these, and we want them to be level with the bottom. And almost done, almost done. Next step is to line up the teeth bones with the teeth. And the tongue. Fingertips. Now, one thing I think we're going to want to adjust. Well, first we want to take the ear bones and we want to disable them. We don't quite. So these are the nose bones. So many bones in the eye. Yeah. Okay, so for the lips, I am going to turn up the lip mount 1. Get a little bit more control over the lips. Of course, that means that now these bones are kind of reset. And these ones so I can actually see what's going on. Right about there. So face project. Like the shift tab's not, or the projection's not quite working. Just kind of floating. Oh, doesn't matter. Still in a good spot. And the very front. Oop, oop. A little bit in front. All right. And for the jaw, position it so that you understand how it's going to curve down. It goes on a circle. So right about here. All right. I think that's good. And the best part is I can always come back to this point at any time and adjust it. We're going to match to rig. And bada boom, we got a control rig now. We got a control rig. Next step. We do already have weights. Good are they? There are no weights. So delete all vertex groups. This random vmap. And take the mesh, make sure it's zeroed, select the rig, ARP, skin, and they have something that's a little different, which is a voxelized rigging. Sometimes it works better, sometimes it doesn't. So we'll go ahead and hide. Takes a second. Still going. All right. Now should move. Did not. Nice. Unbind. Try that one time. Loading. Work? No. Why is it not binding? Did create a rig. Scale fix. Just effective skinning. Everything's zeroed. Should be working properly. Please work. There we go. Now, we've got a basic rig. First pass on the weight painting. For me, this is the hard part. It's got its challenges for sure. Usually spend at least 30 minutes making it dance. Requisite 30 minutes. But it's fun. It comes with all these controls, and a lot of them are usually rigged pretty properly. Cleanup is always required, but You really like a tow rig? All right, now we're just gonna get in and cleaning it up. Boom. VRChat news, so correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you need the control? You don't need the control rig for your avatar, right? This is used for animation then? Correct. The control rig, so AutoRig Pro has some export features where it'll strip out any bones that are unnecessary. So all the control rig uh, extras. So it has like a direct Unity export, which prevents it. But standard Blender also has a export deform bones only, which is very useful. So you only export what actually makes a difference in your model. And I certainly don't mind answering that question. That is definitely one. I mean, I love answering questions, so have no fear. Ask away. Ask away. He puts up with me. Exactly. No, just kidding. Hmm. That rarely happens, but that must have been when I control Z'd at the beginning. Interface, viewport, interface. Where is it? Theme, or display. 3D viewport. Vertex size. 3. Still a little big, but it's not bad. All right. Next, we're going to select one finger floodgates open. Invert that selection. And now we can move the influence from this finger from everything else. Move. And we do the same thing here. Remove. This bone is off. It's much shorter than the other ones. Shouldn't be quite this short. Should be right in this little crease. So, select it. Rig, match to rig. Oh, sorry, not match to rig. Edit reference bones. That's what I meant to click. Then back to volume. Need to move this into that crease. That should be good. Then match to rig. Now it'll update automatically. All right. All right, next. Yep. All right, so now none of the fingers have influence on each other. We can test this out. One has a little bit of influence. Only it's the hand. Okay. Now, one at a time, we need to clean up each finger. Is the mesh end still in mirror mode? Correct. Correct. That's using this alt drag to blend out. Only works properly. It's only properly symmetrized. In I wish you could use it in standard. But just one of those Blender things. The moment when you realize that expensive commission you got is technically a business expense. Heck yeah. Exploration of growing technologies. What happens when you bend one side of the rig? Doesn't the mirror modifier have to keep things the same on each side? Gotcha. So Blender actually, as long as you have your mirror above the rig, you're pretty much good to go. Blender is going to automatically identify mirrored vertex groups, as long as your bone naming conventions are correct. So, for example, you have to have .l, .r for the corresponding bone. But as long as you have your mirror modifier before, it'll know that you're intending to work mirror mod. And then if you do have a mirror mod and that's not working, you just have to make sure that you have that opposite group. So if you're missing the opposite vertex group, the right side, for example, then it won't work properly. Sounds like cheating law. It is a little bit, yeah. I have so for characters that I can't use a mirror modifier for, I will still make a version of the character that I then mirror, do all the rigging, and then transfer the weights over, because it's just that much. It's faster. Doesn't always work. Like if you have an asymmetrical body, that's not gonna work properly. For a lot of things, it'll kind of speed it up a little bit. But I am now uploading all my streams to YouTube, so they should always be available for review. Love asymmetry, and then somewhere in your workflow you realize you don't love it as much anymore. But I also just make a full mirror first, then add the asymmetrical stuff after the main mirrored body. My favorite tool, favorite add-on that I've ever used is called Mesh Data Transfer. It's amazing because you can transfer pretty much any type of information between meshes. It saves a lot of time for exactly that kind of thing. For clothing, I basically don't have to rig clothing. Just rig the body, transfer the weights to the clothing. Especially tight clothes. Yes, exactly. Things like large pauldrons or things that don't end up on the close to the body definitely require some touch up. They're perfect for auto match that stuff. Exactly. Oh, my cat's on a rampage. Hear her yelling. I think the biggest downside for me for the Auto Rig Pro is just it does add a lot of visual clutter while you're working. I think you can work around it easily enough, but certainly can get in the way sometimes. Scare my cat. Lux. Like I just ate. Have to know. I just ate. Cat. She comes in here. I'll pick her up. Let me resist. Only Wednesday. Days go by too fast. Don't like it. Wow. It's pretty decent. Era. Era. There's so much here. Oh, I just sorry. I saw you post the dragon or your emote. There we go. A bit better. And we just keep doing the same thing. Blur. Blur out. Blend in. Blur out. Blend in. Rinse, repeat. Another thing I wish, eventually hope that an AI can do. Please weight paint my models. There we go. Hand rigged. Can't wait for the hilarious results of artificial incompetence first tries at weight painting, registers the eyes and mouth confidently with 100% certainty. This is the one bone that I always have to minimize a bunch. Well, I haven't heard that term for AI before. So for the one thing that's a little odd about working with mirror modifiers with armatures or weight painting. So your influence can extend into the mirrored side, but you can't actually interact with the mirrored side with this bone. You have to go to the other bone, tell it, and remove it from that side. Kind of a ownership of bones on certain sides of the body. Anyway, just a small tidbit. Little tidbit. Pretty good, actually. Wow, wow, wow. That works pretty well. We got the arm pretty much done. Now let's do the legs. Start at the toes and work our way up. Do that right. Lux, come here. Leg twist bones. It does automatically give leg twist bones. And I'm sure if I was clever enough with constraints, I could find how to set up a good twist for the leg bone. But so far, I haven't been able to do that. I'll be right back. 1 second. All right, I'm back. But shouldn't the butt move a tiny bit when the legs bend? I'll be making a butt bone. I found that the butt hips are really, I think hips are the trickiest part for me when rigging. Butt bone, no mas hip bone. Well, we have the thigh bone, which is kind of the hip. That's what you're asking. But I've just had a lot of difficulty when the leg moving moves the butt a lot. Still not entirely sure what's the best possible. Just being an idiot. Me too. Together, we are all Um, it is always with this setup a little easy to add buttons later. Hip rigging is tricky. It really is. I think there's probably some really clever constraint system you could come up with to really get like the perfect hip rig, but I have yet to figure that out. That'll probably be the next thing I focus on. All together now, all together now, all together now, all together now. I was just checking out some Mirror Madness in Blender when with weight painting of what you said, but yeah, it do be crazy. Hopefully you're getting good results. Fuzzy cam. Right, everything seems to be working pretty well. Seems to be. Right. That should be pretty good. Rotate the head. Nice. And the jaw. Now we need to get the jaw weighted properly. I'm going to go ahead and assign this to its own group. Select underscore lower jaw. Probably need it again. Worth having its own selection. Now, select the jaw, the selection, move the jaw from the upper jaw. So really quickly begin to the lips painted correctly. May get these more evenly spaced. Dang. Oh, there are a few groups we'll want to remove as well. It normally weights with the teeth. I find that it's a lot easier to remove the teeth, tongue. All right. All right. Mouth is now opening nicely. We can hide the interior bones and just focus on the jaw and mouth painting now. I am going to move some of these bones around from the face. Edit them. Just like these to be a little bit more evenly spaced. Still not very close to the body. These ones are in the body. I don't understand. My snapping is not working properly. All right. Back to rig. Back to weight painting. So now these are going to be pretty off. What I'm going to do now is remove the influence that the lips have on the top and bottom cavities of the mouth. They tend to weight pretty far into the mouth sometimes. So remove that influence. Then, what should influence that? Top of the roof be influenced by the head should keep the jaw in place. to get this cool effect where it looks like he's breathing fire. Dope. Oh, one of my emotes is missing. No. And we're actually just gonna weight paint influence from. Let's do it. This one's pretty close. Close enough. That was a fan favorite. I'll need to fix that. Well, I'm off. Gonna have a shot or two and switch PCs. Hey, that sounds good. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for hanging out today, Era. And good luck with work. I hope it lessens up. Get back to that healthy work life balance. That kind of thing. Downhill from here, baby. Wee! Really lives up to his name. Oops. There we go. All right. Improvement. Number one thing I've learned for face rigging is that really want to have overlap. That's what makes it smooth. Overlapping it smooths it out. Down. All right, now all right, there's one thing we can do. Go into edit reference bones. For the teeth, make sticky lips. That creates a nice interaction with the top and bottom lip. It looks really nice. We don't use overlaps. You can just get that nice Botox face with numb areas. Exactly. Very realistic. Gotta head off for the night. Have a good evening, all. Hey, same to you, Arctic. Thanks for hanging out today. And get some good rest. I'll be back for the next 2 days, so hope to catch you then. Um, but kiss your stinky farty cat. All right, now we've got the mouth working nicely. Looking quite good. Let's move on to some of these other bones. This is supposed to be like a cheek inflate. It's not too bad. I think I'll just leave that alone a little bit. This is the cheek squint. Now we're getting to the important ones. Eyes. We just want to make sure it doesn't have any influence on the mouth cavity, which sometimes it reaches down there. And the eyebrow influence is always insane. I pretty much just delete the eyebrow influence every time. And do it from scratch. It's always just absolutely ludicrous. All right. Now let's get the eyelids set up. To ensure that they have 100% influence over the vertices that will need to close properly. Of course, just like the mouth, a good amount of overlap with the other handles. I might move this bone. Depending on how it closes. On my actual PC for now? You're just switching PCs? Well, welcome back. We thought you were done for the night. After work nonsense to be done. Oh no! The curse. crevice of the eye. It comes to weight painting. Basically to ensure that this spot doesn't, the rest of the eye does. Wild, wild. That's bending pretty well. And no, Sam, you're not gonna be free of me till Abby is done and you cease to be a good background noise while I work, or you told me to go away. No. I enjoy having good company as well. I think the background noise kind of work thing. I used to do podcasts back in the day, but just found that can't be listening to something so constant. It needs to be like kind of a nice mix. Doing YouTube. As in making a YouTube video? To stretch like that. That looks good. Tense eye. It does kind of have to be there. At least for that. This one needs to flatten it properly. This one. Some ability to like accordion. Challenge. Challenging. $8.8K. You're already there? Interesting. Interesting. Just got handed vodka. Tonight will be interesting. Good luck with your work. My roommate is my savior. Vodka. Jesus. Interesting. I think this will work properly. It's there fine, which is what we send that. There. Right, that looks good. I think that will work. Ooh. The blinks will be shape keys, I assume? Correct. I prefer to make a nice rig, facial rig, but I do eventually turn it all into shape keys. Though, VR chat is saying that one of the things they're considering also putting a performance ranking on are blend shapes. And if they were to do so, I would then actually just use the face rig as it is, and then just do bone animations. So it'd be kind of nice in a way. I think it'd work pretty well. Man, I would not want to do face rigs. Well, Auto Rig Pro would make it a little easier, but I'm happy with blend shapes low. I found that one of the advantages of having a rig is just that I'll make all my facial animations and I've saved them, so I can now uh, take my facial animations from one character and immediately put them on another one. They're not 100% correct, but it just gives me a nice leg up making the blend shapes. Kind of cuts that down time in half. The upside of animation versus shape key is also more complex movement. It's true. It's true. Yeah, I'm not sure how interested VR chat is in switching to just bone animation. That would be interesting. I'm curious to know how much performance they would expect save. Let's make some ears. Always had trouble with my avatars with extreme round eyes or popping effects, having eyelids properly move over the surface if it's a shape key. Yeah, they do tend to cut right through the eyeball, which is a bummer. Like it's not even there, just going straight through the eye. So they limit shape keys. I assume they won't take away Visemes. Most likely that would be like what they would account for that. I think they're more concerned with there are sometimes people have avatars with like hundreds of shape keys. And each one, I believe, gets more expensive, even if it's unused. Um, so hopefully they would count that, but I mean it's just speculation for now. But wondering how they do mouth movement if they were to not support shape keys. Well, then it would just be bone animations. You would just have to go. They're not moving to a new system, just general guidelines they want to enforce. Exactly. It would just be another metric to gauge performance on. Like, hey, make sure you get rid of all your um, animations or blend shapes that you're not going to use. I have a feeling people with 100 shape keys are not concerned about being optimized anywhere else lol besides face tracking. Oh, 100%. 100%. I think that as much as VR chat is making all these performance changes, I think a lot of people are so ready to like go, "Oh no, then we can't have like, these characters all these features." And it's more just like you can't have those in public lobbies, but a lot of people still have their private avatars that have tons of crazy features. That works quite well because they're only using them with like a limited amount of people. I mean, besides, you go to a concert and they have requirements on how performant your avatar should be. Face tracking, indeed, but that's not something everyone has. Hopefully, sometime soon. I just want someone to rip ARKit from Apple. Yeah, I set up an avatar for face tracking a while back, and it's interesting because Vive has its own set of blend shapes, and there's just too many different blend shapes setups. Like there's no universal blend. Oh, and the Quest Pro has its own setup. It's just goofy. It's logical to have a limit. Oh, I think so. And it is interesting to see these things be discussed in like a game because like I remember Second Life, so there's a lot of games where you can create custom content for them, and I don't think there was half the amount of education or um, requirements a lot of other things. And I was thinking like back when EAC was happening, it's like, oh, I'll just switch over to chill out VR or whatever. And it's like VR chat's encountering these problems, then chill out will eventually also encounter these same problems. Nosy wosy. So we've got the base rate. Let's double check the eyeball time. I want to parent it to I. side. Look good though. Okay, so we did the eyes. Next, we'll do the teeth. Oh, snap. That was right. Fear Chat should force everyone in FB meta like avatars for a day on April 1st. Oh man, I can't imagine the uproar. At least have them load in with it. That'd be funny. They even have legs. And they'll appreciate the amount of polygons they get to run around with. So keep the teeth and tongue separate while rigging. Yes, found that to be the easiest. Just very easy for things to get funky with the teeth and stuff. Yeah, I think and I do have them always be separate meshes anyway, just because that's a little easier. Eyebrows, eyes, those can all be separate meshes, mesh islands. But certainly while rigging, breaking things up, it's the name of the game. Just make the problem as small as possible. Good though. One other thing about rigging, I highly recommend always applying your subdivision surface before rigging. You should also do it before UV mapping. Um, I used to rely, because you can weight paint and UV map with the subdivision, but it makes changes. I've always found that sounds like a bad idea. Lol. It gets weird. It's just it seems like it's convenient because you can do it. You can totally do it, but then once you apply them after doing all your rigging, it's like, oh, but it moves differently now. That's hopefully I saved you some future you from some pain. I'm gonna do my favorite move. mesh data transfer, body transfer vertex groups, and then parent here. My browser rigged. That's fun. See an easy example, create a square subdiv and make it a circle, unwrap, and then apply subdiv, and your UV is still part square. Oh, did I lose the stream for a second? Interesting. Looks like the chat room kind of reset. Okay, all good. Perfect. I'm alive. I'm dead. Okay, so next we have to rig all of our tufts. Also do data transfer, and parent. Here. Nice. Everything's moving quite nicely. I do need to apply the normal mesh data transfer. Looking good. Nice. That all looks quite nice. Oh, and then the neck ruff. What we'll do, we're actually going to delete half of it to weight it right now. Because I have to redo that normal, the data transfer, but pretty good actually. Then here, boom. Our boy's moving. All right. Now, we'll do the same for the clothing. Actually, we can't do the clothing yet because we have to apply all the mirror modifiers in order for it to work properly. Because the clothing is not mirrored. Let's make a backup copy. Call this during rigging. Okay. And then we'll apply the mirror. Now we can turn on clothing targets. Select these up. And isolate. And one at a time, we do the thing. Boom. Transfer vertex groups. Transfer. It's like the legs did not. Those clothes look pretty symmetrical. Why not use the mirror modifier on them? So I used a method that I've been enjoying doing, which is I actually simulated the clothing onto the character. I could have mirrored it afterwards, but I like the little bit of asymmetry. And plus, once we're at this stage where I've finished the naked body rigging, then all I'm really doing is just transferring the weights over to the clothing at that point anyway. So it's kind of free in a way. uh, I like how the vertex groups came out from this one. Transfer. Okay, there we go. And lastly, the robes, which we'll probably need these probably a lot once they're rigged. That's not too bad, actually. Not bad at all. That's not good. Shimmy, shimmy. Anyway, they're looking pretty good. All right, so let's hide the clothing. This little guy. Actually, before I combine it, so do transfer. And then come. All right, hide the clothing. And lastly, I'm going to apply all of these. So take the body, rig, vert. These are the items that we need to apply. Eyeballs we can apply. Eyebrows. Mesh. Just going one at a time, making sure everything's good. Now the one object that's a little different is the tail. So we actually need to merge these. Bind. We can now merge here. This loop. And this loop. Bridge. Merge. So not nice. Reset vector. Not bad. Okay. Then we already meshed everything. We can now just combine it all. Okay. Go ahead and delete this hierarchy. Oops, sorry. That. Delete the collection, not the body. This we can actually delete fully. Then we'll take all the clothing and also combine it with the body. Just move this into the folder. Voila. Everything is one. So we'll still need to fix the robes. Some of the clothing probably needs some changes, but we'll just be able to separate them, make the tweaks we need, reattach them. For now, I want to go in here. We're going to remove the body completely. And then now we're going to use AutoRig Pro FBX export. And be good. Right. Drag and ping. He's looking good. Do do do. And we just want to review his rig. Always remove the jawbone. Always. Jawbone. Blender or VRChat likes to, or no, it's not VRChat actually. It is a uh, Unity just likes if you give it a jawbone, it'll just slightly open the mouth, just cause. Not really a reason for it. It just likes to do that. Exactly. All right, so let's go ahead and take the clothing here and turn it. Then we're going to go back to the FBX again. Figure. So one of the nice parts about having shader be the toggle. Turn it off here. Now let's take a look at the hands. I want to see how they close nicely. That looks quite nice. How about the rest of the body? Boom, boom. Okay, the ref will need some smoothing. That's way too intense. Should kind of have a very even distribution. So still the ref. It's a little change. Excuse the view, but we need to check the grind. Looks fine. Might be bending a little bit too much. It's tough because we need the groin to move a little bit with the legs. Otherwise, having it stay in place can create its own set of problems. All right. That looks quite good. Look at that. I'm quite proud of how he's coming out. Let's take a look at my to-do list. So all of this is stuff we'll be doing tomorrow. Bit of a downside, since in VR you have no control over the animation, like in games or VFX, it's hard to hide certain poses. In VR, people can move their legs / hands freely. Yeah, you do kind of have to make models with like they're going to be used in any moved in any direction, any kind of pose. Like, and in video games, you can yeah, exactly. For games, I could say they'll never see the character bend like this. Like, yeah, with VR, it's like pretty much going to be, yeah, it should look good in every pose, or it has to, because anything you can do with your body, you're going to do with VR avatar. My eyeball. All right, so we are going to import some animations. File, append. We're going to go to Areku. actions, and it's called Oreku Shape Key Blend VRC. We're going to rename it to ping. And now we've got a good starting point for all the visemes and expressions. I'm going to take the rough here and separate it. Go to weight painting and weights, smooth, all groups, times, and then just recombine it. That looks better. Probably need to do that with all the clothing as well. All right, but we are going to do the face rigging tomorrow and a few of these other edits that need to happen. So we'll call this body rigged. Save. But I am going to call it for today. I'm going to get some rest. It's a long day. I started at 7:30 and it's almost 6 p.m. now. So it's been a long day. But it was certainly a fun day. And I, again, really enjoyed hanging out with everyone. And Frovidar, I'm glad you came by. Era, I wish you well with your work. Hope that you have a good night. Drink lots of water. Don't get hungover. But Snardom, it was fun talking to you as well. It's always fun seeing what questions you have regarding Blender and stuff. Arctic, I think, already stepped out. Who else came by? I think that's about it for now. Areku, if you're there. Kami, if you're there. Hope you're all having a great Wednesday night. I am a professional. It is in my name. You got more than that than me. It was nice seeing you work. Oh, thank you, Snardom. I have a head start. I get to use all my tricks and shortcuts. But hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow. I will be doing another long session. We're gonna finish Ping tomorrow, and we'll be switching over to working on Pepper. Yeah, I've got to get my ducks in a row because that week being sick last week really threw off my schedule. Anyway, I hope you all have a fantastic evening. Hope to see you tomorrow. And yeah, bye everyone. Have a good night. Bye. Bye y'all. Bye.